Is the ad gone? Is the ad gone? Are we safe from the ad? Are we safe from the ad? Alright, I think the ad's done. Damn! Hold on. What happened to my transitions? I was just here. Hold up. What the fuck happened? Bring back my stinger, you son of a bitch. Okay, there it is. Jesus. Sorry, I was doing a bunch of shit. And a lot of it led to some wild shit. But hi Yiggy, hi Jimmel, hi Gore. Hi Blackbean. Hi, how are we? I've I've added a lot of things that I'm not even like 100% sure, like, oh god. Yeah, I watched it last night. I forgot to watch, I didn't watch it on stream because I'm a fucking worst friend ever. But I did watch it last night. I forgot to add my soundboard. There we go. I'm not eepy, but my alarm goes off in 4 hours. Oh no. Oh no! Hi Trevor! Hi Chaotic! How are y'all? Hi! I hope we're having a good day! Alright, so what we're gonna do real quick is we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna pause my music. And then what we're gonna do is I'm gonna make my background music hearable to you guys. Because it is currently not. There you go. Now y'all can hear it. How nice is that? I found you on Twitter. I refuse to call it X. Same! But welcome in. I am so glad that you found me on Twitter. I'm always glad that people find me on Twitter. Thank you so much for the follow, Trevor. I hope you're having a fantastic day. I'm trying to hear my own. Was it the ass? God damn it. Don't remind people that I've posted ass pics in the past. Oh, I didn't have to watch it on stream? Okay, good. Okay, so I've added fishing, as y'all can see. Fishing is something y'all can do now. I've also finally set up my stream deck, so that's all set up and good. So yeah, y'all can fish. So the delay time on the fishing is every 120 seconds. So everybody can fish, it stacks. So if you type in fish around the same time that somebody else types in fish, whoever did it first will go first and then you'll go next. Yes, please send me some of your soundboard bits. But I finally set up my stream deck. I had it set up prior to everything and then I took it down. But I have it set up again. So we set it all up again. Which means I can now control my... Because I got a different keyboard, so I don't have, like, controls on my keyboard for, like, my music or anything. But I've added a bunch of new stuff, including... But not limited to... But I don't know. It's just, I've just added a bunch of goofy bullshit that I probably will never actually use. But it's nice to have, just in case. So... You know. Was it my ass pics? Or was it,
Oh, these? My boobies? My massive fucking titties? My super stuffed up milkies? My hunger bonger doinky boinkies? My fucking fabric stretching, wind flapping, gravity welling sex mounds? You mean these super duper ultra hyper goddamn motherfucking...
Was it both? I mean, these could pass as ass cheeks, honestly. They could. They're massive, dog! They're fucking... Hold on, let me take off my jacket. They're fucking massive, dog! It's ridiculous. It's redonkulous. Quite literally. Redonkulous, because I'll donk you in the fucking head with them. I'll take you out. One solid bonk from these bitches, and you're knocked out cold for at least 2 hours. Oh my god, you have so many. Oh my god, you have so many. Okay, thank you. I will add these later. But that's also why stream is a little late today. One, I made dinner late because I got like super sidetracked fucking around. And two, yeah, I got super sidetracked fucking around. So, stream's a little late today. But it's okay. I just finished dinner. I took my meds. My brain has stopped working. Oh. What are you catching? What is that? What is it? What is it? Ooh, a grunt. Ooh! A grunt? So cute. Oh. What is he catching? Hold on. Hold on, gang. See, this is my ADHD. I'm gonna get so sidetracked every time y'all fish. I'm gonna be like, oh, what's that? What are we catching? A perch! So, this is just where we're at now. This is just where we're at now, gang. I'm just gonna constantly get sidetracked. God, my ADD is gonna like, oh, 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 oh. Oh, it's gonna be so bad. Oh, just. Oh, sorry. My bad. I pressed the wrong button and it scared me. What was that? That was me. I pressed the wrong button. Don't mind me. You receive soundboard bits. I receive soundboard bits. I could do that. All of mine I just downloaded offline for right now. I don't have anything special. But I do have, like, anytime my boobs are mid-frame, I can... I can just fucking be conceited as fuck. Take photos of myself and shit. But yeah, no, I've added too much. It's not even funny, the amount of shit I've added. Strike a pose. It's not even funny. I've added way too much shit. It's not even good anymore. God, I need to know, my stream deck is just 3 pages of soundboard bullshit with memes to tell me what each button does. So bad. It's so bad. Hold on. If we're gonna strike a pose, we gotta be full modeled. Hold up. Get my shoes out. Oh my god. Alright. Strike a pose. But yeah, no, now every time y'all fish, I'm just gonna get sidetracked. So, be prepared for that. I'm honestly surprised. We're gonna see how well my PC runs with the game I'm gonna be playing and everything else. Oh. There's a catch. What is that? What is it? What is it? Ooh, rabbit fish! Ooh. Ah! He's so cute! Hold on, I wanna fish. Fuck y'all, I wanna fish. Let me fish! Yeah. What am I gonna get? Maybe? Ooh. Help? Huh.
Oh.
Mm. Oh god. Anyways, I want to play. I want to get back into Lies of P. I was actually having a lot of fun with Lies of P. So we're gonna get back into it. Boop, 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 boop. Liza P. Liza P. Because I was having a lot of fun with it. So. We're gonna get back into the game. And y'all can fish here too. So, y'all can fish while I play. Fun fact. Also, so y'all can fish while I play. Ooh, perch. Oh. Also, you see this little number down here by Grim? That's my kill counter. So we have a kill counter now. So that'll be super fun. So, I'm double checking, making sure everything's good. I think we're all good. Okay. Gang, does it feel like we're all good? I feel like everything's where it needs to be. Oh, I need to move chat back down. Hold on. I forgot I moved y'all all the way up there. Chat! Chat, come down! Chat, come down! There you are. Hi, chat. So glad you're back. Alright. I gotta remember how to play. I know I was playing yesterday, but that means nothing to me. Alright, we're back in it. We're a fucking dog, right? Okay. Glaive time. Alright, so we gotta go back to the Krat City Hall. Gonna rearrange my mic real quick. There we go. Alright, so we're back at Krat City Hall. We're using the glaive. Fraud or friend? Dog. Always friend. Dog. I am friend dog. It's a cloudy morning. Gank gank. There's a dude in here. Oh no, that's just that dead guy. Oh, you're over here. Get over here. You wish you could hug me. Unfortunately, I'm not big on hugs. I'm really weird about it, actually. I don't know why. I didn't used to be weird about it, but I got kind of weird about it as I got older. Oh yeah, you can pet with that though. That is true. We do have a pet redeem. That does allow pets. But are you a tree hugger? Only on the occasion. Okay. Oh shit. This guy stays alive? Whoop. Oh, shit. Ow. I'm not good at this game. Ow. Ugh. Alright. Oh, right, because there's a boss in here. Good night. Also, Guy, thank you so much for the hydrate and the posture check. Luckily, I'm good on posture, but I will take a sip for you. I'm drinking a Coke. Is that good for me? No. Can I be stopped, however? Also no. Oh. Oh man, that's gonna sidetrack me while I'm trying to play. Oh no. Oh no, I'm gonna be playing and I'm gonna hear that go off and I'm gonna be like, oh. You ain't got no water? Not currently, but I will grab some before stream is up for sure. Okay, hold on, real quick. Hi, Nick! How are you? Alright, I gotta mute the fish, because if I hear the fish, I'm gonna get sidetracked. I'm gonna wanna watch y'all. Oh, a plushie! Oh, big stretch. Oh, that was a nice catch. Good job, Yiggs. Sorry, because if I hear the fishing audio, I'm gonna wanna fucking look, you know? Alright, we're gonna awaken a spirit. I don't really know what that does. We're gonna try it though. Oh, a skateboard. Fuck yeah. Apparently it's somebody who will help me in here. Supposedly. I don't know. Where are they? Do they show up when I walk in? Maybe? I don't know. So fishing is every 120 seconds. To make sure that y'all don't spam. What the fuck is that? What is that? Oh, I hate it. Oh. I hate it. Oh. Oh, I hate it. This is awful.
No, 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 no. Wait. Wait.
I hate it. Okay. Oh! Shit! Oh god. Oh, got his ass. Okay. Use your fable. Oh yeah, I forgot that was a thing I can do. Oh. Thanks, bud. Oh my god. Okay, I gotta go back to the hotel real quick. Ah, shit. Fuck me. What's up, girl? Why the fuck you all the way over here?
You saved Geppetto. Wonderful.
I sure did.
He is on the second floor.
Oh.
He can
Ooh,
hardly
mackerel.
wait to see you.
I mean, that's cool.
I'll use my power gel.
I would like to level up first, though. Okay, so we're definitely wanting more weight. And then I'll up my motivity for now. Actually, let's up technique. I think that'll be better. He's on the second floor. Hey, I
That
found
sounds
him.
Very dangerous. Geppetto usually has pain of his grief may be clouding. You and Geppetto are always welcome at this hotel.
His room's on the second floor? Alright, bet. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Alright. Daddy, I'm coming home! Your dog son is home! Daddy? Father? Oh. What's up, cat? Ooh. Bitch. Anyways. Oh my god, Dad. Holy shit. Dad, this place rocks. Dad? Actually, real quick. The fuck's going on? Actually, I got questions.
Ah, you've returned.
I have
Forgive a
questions, but I guess we'll
sentimental
listen.
Father for worrying about his son.
Hmm.
Always remember that you're precious to me,
Yeah,
even when I ask you to do something dangerous.
really.
Speaking of which, there's a factory just beyond Elysian Boulevard.
Yeah,
It's packed.
you're just already
with
gonna send me out to do
countless
something
puppets.
dangerous again?
My friend, the inventor Venini, went to stop them,
Venini is how that's
but he
pronounced.
never came back. Please, go save him and shut down the factory.
Why can't you do it? Oh. Oh.
P organs are the source of your powers.
Okay.
Collect quartz to get the strength you need.
Okay. That's kind of sick, though. I love the sound of heartbeats.
Remember,
Oh,
the
shit.
hotel is the last safe place in
Where the
Krop.
fuck how'd we get over here?
It's our only refuge in a city full of perils.
The fuck happened?
It'll be extremely dangerous if anyone has ill intentions. Be careful who you tell about this place, especially if they're stalkers or alchemists.
Got it. So
Be
don't.
wary of dangerous people. And always be a good boy to me.
What? Good boy? I'm a good boy? Oh, okay. Each time the synergy effects of two groups are activated, the next step is unlocked. Oh. Oh. Add playable slots, increase the staggerable window, enables another dot. Oh. Okay. Oh. Hmm. Okay. And then let's um okay. And then we can... Oh, I don't have enough quartz. Got it. So that's what that does. Right? Yeah. Okay. Change shape. Wait, what? Hi, Treble! Yeah, I am playing Lies of P. I just started last stream and I only got about 2 hours in. So I really haven't made it super deep.
The city of Ask Me Any.
Okay.
Venini Works.
I'm mostly
is
just
the
listening
puppet's
right
main
now.
base. It's a factory where they manufacture more of themselves. Venini himself.
How have
went
you
to
been,
stop
though,
them,
Treble?
But I'm worried. He's an industrialist, not a fighter. Rescue Venini and shut down his factory.
Okay.
That will deny the puppets their reinforcements.
Okay.
The cathedral is famous
Take a
for
sip.
its wise and kind Archbishop Andreas. He
Uh-huh.
offers sanctuary to countless refugees there.
Ordered some ramen. I've just been
The thing
chilling
is,
today. Oh, that sounds so
I've
nice.
lost touch with him. Perhaps no news is good news, but I'm a suspicious sort.
I like to watch people through my
And
ears.
if the puppets push towards the cathedral, it could be devastating.
Oh my god, you're giving me so many
Go
quests.
save the Archbishop and the refugees before it's too late.
Okay.
I don't know what's happening in the Malam district. The Black Rabbit Brotherhood seized the neighborhood.
Okay.
That's all I know.
Oh, okay.
It was always a run-down neighborhood.
Just
but
like a
it's
fucking dad,
descended
sending you
into
out to do all of
anarchy
his shit so he
or
can sit on the
worse.
couch and watch football.
I'm hearing rumors of monsters rampaging through the district.
No, they need your help, son.
Those
They need your
poor
help,
people.
bitch. Make me a
They
sibling
need your help.
so I can do
son.
this with others and not by myself.
Rosa Isabel
Yeah,
Street
barely
is
shows
a
up, leaves us with all this
stronghold of the
fucking
puppets.
baggage. Fishes.
It's a hunting ground where the most dangerous puppets roam. I believe it's the epicenter of the puppet frenzy.
No, is it really?
After
Ooh,
all,
catch.
I detected the strongest wave of air,
Sword! That's sick.
especially for someone as precious as you. It's a perilous place. And when you walk a dangerous path, my son, it's best to take it.
Hi,
one step at a
Moisen.
time.
How are you? All right. Ooh, electric arm. Ooh. Fuck yeah. Thanks, Queen. What did stream do? I didn't see what you caught either. What did
You're
stream
going to
do?
the fact he's the richest man in Krat.
What
A
happened?
little eccentric, maybe, but a good person. I heard he went to shut the factory down.
What happened to
I
stream?
hope he's safe. I wouldn't want to lose my best customer.
It had a big stagger. That's weird. Because on my side
I
of
know my way
things,
around a well.
on my side of things, it looks fine.
Mr. Benini is the richest man in Krat. His company manufactures most of Krat's exports.
I don't like that.
He's,
That upsets me.
Peculiar. I heard he went to shut the factory. I know my way.
I still need a dark moon sword. Dark moon thing. Alright. Probably just an internet thing. It better be. What the fuck? Alright. Up we go. Up we go. Up we go. Ooh, triple exclamation marks? Tiger shark! Whoa! That's so cool. What the fuck's over here? Shy! Faded whistle. Friends. Are we grieving friends, or... okay, so I came in from that way. Yeah, 'cause there are assholes over there. Dear citizens of Krat, the factory has been occupied by the puppets. Whatever the cause, Vignini Company is responsible for it. I, Lorenzini Vignini. Lorenzini Vignini. Yeah, we are playing Twink Dark Skulls. Hi, Ducky. Hi, Wolf. Everybody's fucking fishing. Deploying tactical bread. Tactical bread. Ducky's here. Sorry, Lorenzini Vignini is a really funny name. I'm going alone to stop those devils. The factory is very dangerous now. Stay out of it and keep safe. The rest I'll leave to Mr. Geppetto, whom I trust more than anyone. God save us all. Regards, Lorenzini Vignini. I am so glad y'all are enjoying the fishing. Y'all are so funny. You know, I deserve a common trout. You could have gotten trash. Common trout's not that bad. You could have gotten trash. I know y'all so well. Y'all love this kind of shit. That's why I got it. Because I knew it would make you guys happy. Bunch of MILFs. Everybody here is a MILF. You guys can also check the leaderboard if you do,
Here it is. The Nini works.
if you do exclamation mark leaderboard.
The classiest playboy and most brilliant inventor in Krat.
Krat.
Just ask him.
I always pronounce it as
Not just
Krat, but it is
puppets.
Krat.
Almost every machine and tram in Krat is supplied from here. You gotta be curious about the guy. What kind of person is he? I wish we could find him. That is, if he's still kicking.
Everyone in my chat is a MILF. Sorry, I was listening to Jiminy. Buy the miracle medicine here! The miracle alchemist Clark Shore, also known as Dr. Cure-All, has succeeded in making a cure for the horrible plague that is spread throughout Krat. Made from unicorn horn, blood of a two-headed snake, and boiled down mandrake. Clark Shore has tested it himself and confirmed that it completely cures the plague. The blue plague is not a divine curse. Don't be afraid anymore. Come see Dr. Cure-All Clark Shore. Prices may vary, as it is a limited item. Wow, fuck that guy. Scammer. I have a feeling I'm gonna want to go from the rooftops, so... Ooh, we lost her to the building. That's fine. Yep, the leaderboard shows the top catches. Oh yeah, I did want to be up here, because fuck that. Ah, shit. God, everybody's fishing. Just so y'all know, the fish you can only fish once every 120 seconds. Ow. Stop making me overheat. Ow. Ow! Fuck those guys. Okay, sorry, I was trying to remember how to jump. This is gonna be great, bro. Those Subway Surfer Gen Z kids. Yeah, except now it's hard for me to tell, like who's talking about what and who's just trying to fish. Uh-oh. Don't mind me. Petition for a redeem to turn off the cooldown? Oh, absolutely the fuck not. I'm just a wolf, I can't count. No, I refuse. I refuse to turn off the cooldown. It is too important. Look at that big ass bitch. Literally 1984. Shut up! Ah! Oh, big boy can fit back here. The more you know. Oh. There we go. Alright. Literally fuck that guy. Oh my god, y'all are just fishing up a storm. Y'all aren't even here for me anymore. Y'all are just here to fish. At this point. Y'all know she spits? Hey, views are views. I hate you. You fucking son of a bitch. What? Alright. Yeah, so we're playing Liza P. You do play as a twink. Not that anybody can tell because I'm currently wearing a dog mask. He's very pretty though, I do promise that.
Another fine
Alright.
day in the city of Krat. But
Uh-huh.
I wonder, my friend, just where you've been?
Hot. Ha ha.
Congratulations!
Have I?
You've been selected from this cast
Arlecchino?
a little for an exclusive, obtrusive, intrusive transmittal. For me, Arlecchino. The
Arlecchino.
king of all riddles.
Yeah, it's like Dark Souls. It's very Dark Souls.
You know what I'm called and why I called you.
Okay.
And I want to know your name, but not till we're through.
Alright.
For as soon as I learn that's one riddle burned, and I do love a mystery, don't you? Now,
Like, alright, you
only
Joker
the
ass.
living solve
Riddler.
riddles, as everyone knows that's a must. When your city is so full of puppets, it seems are about
The dog
to
mask makes him
bust.
better. I can agree. Oh.
It's time for the
Yeah, can I have the riddle, please? God damn!
We thank you for participating.
Not Genshin Impact, Arlecchino.
By morning, it walks on feet numbering 4.
Alright.
At midday, just 2. No less and no more.
Alright.
It walks on 3 feet when the evening arrives.
Uh-huh.
And if you solve this, then I'll know you're alive.
Alright. It's a human.
Correct. Fantastic.
Got it.
Insight caller. But not everything has to rhyme, you know. I'm not a I'm the king of riddles.
Ooh, mandarin fish. That's
That
that.
said, how do we know you didn't just get lucky? Even a stopped clock is right twice a day.
Okay.
And even a puppet can be accidentally correct just by random chance.
Okay, perhaps.
Still, a promise is a promise. Arlecchino, tell him what he'll get.
Arlecchino sounds like a
So
sick
caller,
coffee.
Your correct answer has earned you a Trinity key.
Ooh.
Doors and keys and doors.
How are you gonna give that to me? This is just a... Yeah, how are you gonna give me that key? This is just a phone.
Next riddle won't be so simple to crack. Arlecchino's the king. Not some riddling cheap jack.
Are you done? Wow, I, like, quite legitimately got a key from that. That's crazy. How the fuck did this phone call give me a key? Alright. Here, I'll show you what he looks like without the dog mask on. He's very pretty. He's a very pretty boy. He is very pretty. However... Dog mask. Yeah, Arlecchino is quite the name. What is this? Oh. Alright, yeah, we'll keep that up there. Ow! However, dog! Ow! Alright. Yeah, Arlecchino is quite a name, for sure. Which is fine, I guess. It's not like a bad thing. Alright, there's a bitch. You bitches. Alright, the gate doesn't work, I see. Meow. Meow. Loud as fuck. Alright, up we get. Yeah, I don't think y'all love me anymore. I think y'all just love to fish. Uh-huh. Hey, Vanini, this place, like, sucks. Like, nothing here looks nice. I can see the hotel from here, though. That's kind of sick. I love you, Shotty! I can have two loves. Can you? Can you, or is it just fishing? Alright, while we're up here, let's take a look around real quick. Make sure we're not gonna get jumped. Sexy drop. I'm here for 2 milfs. Uh-huh, that's what they all say. Women love me, fish fear me. Uh-huh, uh-huh. What they all say. Electric Blitz is effective for subduing puppets. Get out if you are not a stalker. I love women love me, fish fear me. Anyways, fish. Oh, that's a big bitch. Hey, shouty. Oh, oh. I fucked up. Oh. Ugh. Ugh. Oh fuck, there's bitches behind me. Hi, you. Ow! Why is he chasing me so slowly? I hate it. It's actually so upsetting. Why does he have a wheel? Yeah, he is approaching very menacingly, and I don't like it. He has wheel to hit me with. To make you feel welcome. I am jealous of exclamation mark fish. I don't feel like the entertaining streamer now. Now I just feel like everybody's here just for fish. What the fuck is that? No! I refuse. I'm not going down there. You must be on fucking crack, gang. Oh, I have to go down there to hit the lever, huh? Oh, that's some bullshit. Oh, that's the oh, there's a chest down there. Oh no. He doesn't. Oh, wait, go back up. Go back up. Wait for him to circle back around. Yeah, I'm gonna wait for him to circle back around. We're gonna. I can't break these boxes? Oh shit. God, hurry the fuck up. Yeah, those are some hard-ass crates. Ah, Jesus! Alright. See, every time I think somebody's saying something about stream, or about like how I'm their favorite streamer, or about how cool I am, I look down and nope. It's just fish. Oh, I can't. Oh, there's corruption. It's a fucking... I see how it is. I don't... This is bullshit. Actually, you know what? We're not doing that. I'm getting the fuck out of here. What do you mean that's a poison lake? That's absolute bullshit. We're not doing that. It's a fucking poison lake. I'm not doing that. I think these guys come back after I reset. Let's see. How does a puppy get poisoned? I don't know. I guess I'm just human enough to get poisoned, but not human enough to get the plague. I don't really know how this works. Oh, great. Big boy comes back every time. I'm gonna revoke fish privileges. All I have to do is shut off the game. I have the game going in the background. That's a drop-in. We'll come back to that. I fucking hate these noises. What am I hearing? What is in that?
Ugh, this place gives me the creeps.
Yeah, me
It's
too.
like something's gonna jump out any second. It's okay, pal. Gemini's looking out for you.
Me too, Jiminy. It holds my attention span. I know, that's why I have it. I know all of y'all are ADD as hell. You gonna throw something at me? Oh god, you sure are. Throw it. Ow, you piece of shit! Ow! The fucking lock-on! When there's too many enemies in one area, the lock-on, like, panics. It's like a key jingle. I can't stand y'all. Y'all are so brain rotted. I can add custom pulls, which I probably will do later on. I don't have anything to add right now, but maybe later. Dear Mr. Vanini, as per your orders, I have conducted a quality investigation on the ergo supplied by the alchemists. Of course, it was done secretly. Certainly the quality of ergo is getting worse over time. I don't doubt the alchemists, but the decrease in quality is too widespread to call it a coincidence. At this rate, the quarter's puppets will have a high chance of defects. The most important thing is the quality of the ergo, after all. According to a reliable source, the high-level alchemists are running ergo production experiments lately using another method. Personally, I think their secret experiments have something to do with the decrease in ergo quality. Are they wringing out the bodies of discarded puppets in the barren swamp or something? Anyway, I recommend approaching them carefully instead of complaining to them. Manager of Factory 1, Nikola. Nikola Tesla? Something's gonna attack me. This sucks. Oh, I hate that, actually. I'm gonna go back. Hold on. Yeah, you can tell that there's something good because the game doesn't want you to get to it. Hold on. 1 second. I'm going back to see if there's a way back up. There's a bitch up there. Hole here. Where I fell down from. Oh shit. Alright, well there's no way back up, so... Here we fucking go! Yeah, see... Okay, I knew that thing was gonna fall. I didn't think it was gonna do all that. See... That's what I dislike. Why would you do that to me? Well, here comes my first death of the day, gang. Oh, fuck. I can't move. I'm literally caught in this fucking wall. Thank you for the pet. Hi, King. Oh my god. Oh, fuck. Alright, that's one death. Shit. This sucks. How are you doing, King? Hopefully the answer is well. Oh, I missed an item over here? What the fuck? Alright, I guess I'm gonna drop down in here again. I don't think I did that last round. I didn't. Ow. Fuck is that? Oh! Ooh, salamander dagger blade and handle? That's kind of sick, actually. Oh, this just lets me out right back down here. Nice. Okay. Sick. That is completely fine with me. Come here. No, I can't. I tried to jump it. I missed. Ow, you fucking dickhead. The jump being, Okay, so for those of y'all who are unaware, so the jump is you push in on the numpad. So you have to be sprinting and pushing in on the on the run pad. Which is such bullshit, but it's fine, I guess. Do I have to fight this thing? Ow. Ah, shit, I do. Can you rebind it to another button? Probably. Ow! This is some bullshit. He is non-negotiable. He sure is! Try getting behind him? Yeah. I think that's gonna end up being my only bet. See, now I'm up here. Is there an entrance over there? Oh, there kind of is. There are doors there. Okay, can I open those doors? Is that a person? Those are people! Up there. Oh my god. Yeah, those are like human beings up there. Fascinating. I can't open those doors. Let's see how it is. Huh. Well, huh. Re-heal. Yeah, I think getting behind him is probably gonna be my best bet. Ugh. Ugh. Shit. Can you dodge to the side? Not well. Oh, right. I can't dodge that. I forgot. are you? Alright. Ow. Shit. Alright. I'm learning his attack styles for sure. Come on. Shit! Okay, I got it, I got it, I got it. Finally do your hair, it's a nightmare. Oh, so true. I'm so sorry. Okay, so I'm getting his attack pattern down. But this is good. This is good. I'm learning. I need to stagger him. So what I need to do is figure out his attack pattern so I can get those stags, baby. Come on. Hey, brother. Hey, you. All right. The tree sentinel is so frustrating. So true. Gummy time! Woo! Alright. Fish his attacks out so you can hook him with a stagger. Oh my god. Apparently you can just circle around them and hit them from behind. Can you? Because it doesn't feel that way, but it's fine. Oh god. Oh, see, I'm gonna keep doing what I was originally doing because that seems to be working better. Baiting hits seems to be working better. There we go. Come on. Me again. Come on. Block up. Come on. Block up, baby. And then I'll come at you again. Come on. Gonna get locked in, or? There we go! There's a button up there. Nice. Okay, I'm down here. Now what? How do I get up from where I'm at? Am I just stupid? Oh, there's a ladder back here. Oh. Oh, I didn't have to fight this guy? Oh. There's a butterfly nearby. Hell yeah! Time to go level up? Yeah, for sure. Let's get to another save spot though before I go do that. Go ahead and heal real fast too. Hey, what was I just saying? Nice. Teleport back to the hotel, Stargazer. Where the fuck? Oh, God, why are you all the way up there? Ma'am?
Now that we have a moment to talk,
Yes?
you must understand. The city is on its deathbed.
Yeah, I know.
The petrification disease spreads too fast, and the puppets rampage everywhere.
Yeah, I noticed.
Nobody knows what caused the disaster.
I don't know about that.
Everyone in Krat is just trying to survive.
Right.
That's why I found you. Our only hope, Geppetto's puppet.
I'm a dog, ma'am.
We're both
With my
unique.
dead eyes staring in two
I
different...
am able to wield the power of Ergo.
Look at my
Power
two different
I
colored...
use
My eyes that are
to
just
call
going in
on
two different
you.
directions.
That's all I can say for now. Please, save.
Did you ever give that lady her baby back? I did. Well, actually, her baby's dead. I gave her, Her baby's dead. I gave her a doll. And she was in such a bad place that she didn't even realize that what I had given her was a doll. So, you know.
I know my way around a...
Still don't have what I need. Alright. There are a few puppets that are broken free of the Grand Covenant. Just a few. Just a few. Nothing crazy, just a few puppets. Okay, I came from that side. What the fuck's on this side? I'm not a puppet! I'm a real boy! Oh. Fuck you! Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da-da! Da 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 da. Shit! Da 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 da. Can't open that door. Oh, I'm over here now. Cool. What the fuck is this thing? And then there are people over there, and there's a chest down there too. We'll come back. Ba 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 bam 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 bam. Ba da 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 bam 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 bam. Hey chat, real quick. How loud is this? And do I need to make it louder? Because I feel like I do. Oh, it is a bit loud? Oh. Oh, shit. I shouldn't make it louder? Okay. There we go. Is that good? Okay. Yeah, somehow y'all gave me all 3 possible responses there. What the fuck? Oh, it's Emily Rudd as a fish. Nice.
Oh.
Alright, we're gonna go up. Shit. What the fuck? Why? Jump! Jesus. Yeah, the city planning was really well thought out. Yeah, we really processed this when we started city planning. This and what it meant for our country. We really did think this through. Yeah, gotta have that giant underground flaming death ball. Taxpayers do demand it. Can I just get the whole gang to come in here after me? Sure can. Flaming death ball. Taxpayers demand it. Oh, gotta move. Flaming ball of death. Coming back. Oh. That's where that links up. Good to know. Oh! Jesus! Is to keep out the homeless people. Oh my god. You're so right. Man, we sure are getting a little extra with our intentions, with our want to keep out homeless people. This is a bit much if you ask me. Ayo. Can't have the homeless people messing up the aesthetics of the sewers. God, you're so right.
Oh, fantastic. The pipe fit like a glove. Well, like a pipe that fit. Idioms, you know?
Yeah, I know. His name's Gemini. It's spelled Gemini, but pronounced Jiminy. Vinny is... I want to make as much as his butler puppet does. Oh, wait, we're paying these puppets?
A little help? Anyone? Wealthy and dashing philanthropist in need of assistance?
Wait a minute. We're paying these puppets? And they're still, like, doing all this? Oh, corrosive chemicals. So much fun. I didn't even realize we were paying these fools. Ungrateful ass puppets. You pay them and everything, and all they do is turn and try and kill you.
All right, Venini.
Venini.
Yourself together.
Hey, Venini.
A duty to this city. And to your own sterling reputation.
Hi, Venini.
Oh, easy now. No need to kill me.
I wasn't going to.
Surely we can discuss this like reasonable people?
I am person, yeah.
Hold on. Geppetto's a friend of yours.
Trying to catch a great right to give to
He
Peach.
sent you.
Catch a whale shark. I
Yeah,
want him.
I'm fine. Please, help me find my butler Pulcinella.
Pulcinella.
He's a puppet and a friend.
Okay.
Those stalkers were supposed to be working for me, but... well, they bolted and left me to my fate.
Oh, the people in the elevator? Yeah, that sounds about
was
right.
not helpful.
These are great
My butler
puppets.
went
You
to
pay them and they
barricade
turn
the
around and
back
try and
door,
kill you.
and I haven't seen him since. Pulcinella has been a loyal companion. I'd hate to lose him.
Yeah.
The factory is, of course, my priority. We must take it back. But please,
Alright.
keep an eye out for my butler. I'd consider it a personal
Why do you
favor and
sound weird
owe
every
you
time
in
you're about to
kind.
call him Butler?
Before all this chaos, Fuoco was the puppet in charge of the furnace.
Yeah?
But he changed.
He
Was a
didn't.
stand-up fellow once. Now, not so much.
Damn.
I'm told he's still building an army of puppets and marching them on the cathedral.
Puppets?
How did this nightmare come to be? Before all this, I'm told. How did...
Alright. I'll go look around. Oops, I pushed the wrong button. Shit! Sorry, I always forget that that's what that button does. I did waste that on purpose, by the way. I wanted to remember what button it was to do that. Alright. Oh, that puppet I killed down there is still gone. Oh man, if I fall into this vat of acid, it's gonna fucking suck, actually. Oh, see! See? You see what I mean? That was almost crazy perfect timing. No, whatever. Ow, fucker. Not really sure what's up a bit. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Gang, we're in trouble. Oh, this is a boss fight? Oh, wait. I don't want to do a boss fight. Not yet. Hold on. Yeah, that was almost a prophecy. You pray to Apollo for the gift of prophecy. He gives you the gift of prophecy. Fucking sucks. Ah, fuck it. I'll do the boss fight. Whatever. I'm gonna do another summon though because I've got the fragments. I'm not using them for my weapons, so. Whoop! Oh shit, I've seen this guy. When I watched Basil play this game, he was fighting against this guy. Oh no. You're gonna fish right now, Gore? I'm fighting for my life and you're gonna fish! Oh, fuck. Ow! I'm gonna die. Oh. Oh, the overheat. It hurts so bad. Oh! Oh. Ow! Oh, he goes through those. Today I learned. shit. Well, damn. Hey, bud. How's it going? Man, not only does that guy look like he sucks, he just does suck. Damn. You fucking piece of shit. The puppet cannot refuse the Grand Covenant imprinted upon manufacturer. It must obey the creator's orders and it cannot harm humans. But look at that puppet that was once called Quoko. Is the Grand Covenant flawed? The once faithful puppet now kills humans. It creates puppets instead of fire. It obeys something else other than humans. It's as if somebody is controlling it or it has a mind of its own. As if there's a king of puppets somewhere. Is it pretending to be human? Is it a simple defect? This requires further investigation. It is surprising Quoko's actions were not simple obedience but faith. Quoko worships something as God. I heard there's the king of puppets on Rosa Isabel Street. That must be what is controlling the puppets of Krat. But a puppet having a human ego is a problem from another dimension. There is still a puppet secret that I don't know about. Ergo is probably the key, but those guys are awakening like humans more quickly as days go by. Someone has to stop them before it's too late, for the sake of all humans. Well, shit. That's unfortunate, ain't it? Maybe our dad is controlling them? You think so? You think that man is controlling all for some unknown reason? I will say I do appreciate that they give you back your stuff out here. It is very helpful to me. He is just real mad. I'm the replacement, though. Come here. All right. Yeah, exactly. His original son did not have dog ears. So I don't know what he's bitching about. Oh. Oh. Oh, I'm so fucked. so fucked, man. Hi, Third! How are you? Ugh. What the fuck, dude? Ah! Fuck! Third word, why are you cussing at Gore? What's happening? Hold on. I forgot to add 2 kills to the count. My dumbass. Alright, hold on real quick. Um... Let's see. Fishing brings out the worst in people. And yet y'all insisted that I add it. Suspicious. Suspicious. You got me, you son of a bitch. Alright. Let's get him, gang. Oh god. What? Oh god. Oh, I'm so fucked. The overheat is gonna be what kills me. I did try and spirit gun him at point blank. You're damn right. No! I'm trying to learn your moves. Stop. Leave me alone. Okay. That's so fucking hot. Fuck! Alright, we're adding to the death counter. Rookie mistake. Shut up! Should have spirit shotgun. I can't stand y'all. This guy sucks. I just used 2 of my healing. Oh my god. Fuck me. I pushed the wrong button and used 2 of my healing. I wish I were dead, actually. I think being dead would be beneficial to whatever the fuck I just did. Ow. You got this first try bullshit. And the overheat. The moment this stupid fucker hits an overheat is the moment I wish I were dead. Ow! Oh shit. Fuck me! This guy fucking sucks! Oh my god! Fucking hate this guy. He's the goddamn motherfucking... Can you fuck off? Thank you. Do you need to grind some more, maybe? Probably. Yeah, I don't know if you need to grind in this game. Yeah, I think grinding would be a safe option. Safe pick. Oh. I spilled soda all over my fucking tits. Ma'am, why are you always in like 4 different places?
I'll use my
Ugh. Alright, hold on. What do I need to level up this fucking sword?
I know my way around.
I need Dark Moonstone of the Covenant. Okay, hold on. We're gonna look this up. She has a life? Fucking why? She's in a video game. Alright, let's see. Can you farm Dark Moonstone? Early to in mid game is the Opera House. What? What? Huh? Soda eat tits. Yeah, soda eat tits. Jesus. So I can't get what I need to level up this in a minute. Yeah, I know how to use it. Where do I get it? Oh, I can get them from spectral butterflies. Can be purchased after expanding via supply boxes. The fuck is that? Oh, I can't do any of that. I'm too early in. Oh my god. Fuck, I'm fucking too early into this game. Would the sword be better for now? Probably. But I don't like it. Liza the PP. Hi, Jill. How are you? Ooh. Lies and PP, lies and PP. So day tits, so day tits. How are you this evening? Very well, said thank you. This game's fucking difficult sometimes. Bet y'all didn't know that. This game could be hard. Not as hard as I am, though. Rock solid all the time. This game is how to learn how to parry. Yeah, but I hate it. So, no. I'm playing on hard mode. It's parry simulator. It really is. But I hate parrying. And not even this game can make me.
power to help.
You beat Radon last night? Congrats. Fuck that guy. What chapter are you on? Still 1. I'm pretty sure. I'm currently getting my fucking ass handed to me by that first, by this first fire guy. But also, hi, Salmon.
You have no idea. Thanks for keeping me.
Alright. Yeah, I'm still very, very early into the game. Do I have any of those moon things, or I may?
Welcome to... The Stalkers are Krat's vigilantes.
Alright.
There are 2 groups of them, the Bastards and the Sweepers.
Oh yeah.
The Bastards are an organization of guards for the Alchemists and the Workshop.
Okay.
Motto, honor or nothing.
That.
The Sweepers are an organization of guards for the old families of Krat. Motto, we always repay what is owed.
Okay.
Historically, the relationship between the 2 groups has been turbulent.
Valid.
But most were killed in the puppet's full-scale
Elden Ring is easier than this game? Well, shit, because I just beat Elden Ring.
The hotel walls. May I serve you in some other way?
I'm good.
Welcome to...
Oh, you sell the star pieces. Good to know. This game plays more like Bloodborne? Yeah. And I'm no good at Bloodborne, truly. I didn't make it super far into Bloodborne. I tried. Now lying 100%. I'm not. But yeah, no, I think you're right. I think this game does play more like Bloodborne. I know y'all are saying it plays more like Sekiro too, but I've never played Sekiro, so... Ooh, sea turtle. Fuck yeah. Oh, Salmon Khan, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Dog Town. I hope you're having a fantastic day. I play games like this a lot, but I'm not very good at very many of them, so... Please forgive me. Oh my fucking god. Chill the fuck out. I watched a friend of mine play this fight months ago, like close to a year ago. And obviously I learned nothing because here we are. See, I'm definitely more of a dodger kind of girl. Watch out for the fire. And by that I mean take the fire to the head. Can you come here? Ah, shit, I fucked it. Ow. Please stop. Ugh. Oh! Ow. Fucking that hurt. Oh yeah, going behind pillars during that fire attack does help. Oh, fuck me. Leave me be. Oh, there we go. I was just trying to get my fucking shit back. Oh. Fuck me. Yeah, no, this game's great. I'm just not good at it. As you can tell, I'm very much a blocker kind of girl. Or I'm very much a dodge kind of girl, not a block kind of girl. And this game kind of just prioritizes off of you being able to block. So... But yeah, Glaive. It's from one of the free updates. Not you both fishing after making fun of me for being bad at this game. All right. You haven't played it since it came out? Oh. That's fair. I've never played it at all. This is only my second time playing. I played for 2 hours yesterday. And didn't make it super far. I just kill these guys for fun more than anything. Oh, Blue Tang! Are y'all fishing up salmon? Leave salmon alone. Oh. Yeah, I also am big Unga Bunga strong, no brain caveman. It's the only way I know how to play. Hoop. Also, you can only fish every 120 seconds. So... Sometimes you gotta make fun of someone and cast a line. Whatever. Yeah, once every 2 minutes. It's the only way I can keep y'all from, like, spamming. Shit, I didn't mean to do that. I'm also still getting used to all of the controls. Ow. You fucking... bitch. Oh! Shit. god. Oh, I'm so dead. Shit. Fuck me. I only finished Elden Ring because of Dual Bloodhound Fangs. So... Oh fuck, I wasn't paying attention. Oh. Don't forget your Fable, yeah. Yeah, I figured you were talking about the Summon Pope. Have you played Hollow Knight? I have not. I think I own it, but I've never played it. I was just stubborn and only wanted to try the new DLC weapons. Oh, I can't blame you, honestly. The new DLC weapons are so much fun. Oh, shit. Ugh. Oh, yeah. Ow! Fuck you! I'm a Deus ass looking motherfucker. God damn it. I've been using Milady in the DLC. Milady is so good. And I always forget my Fable too, because the button combination I always forget even though it's right there at the bottom of the screen. I'm gonna be so real with y'all, I only just now noticed it was right there at the bottom of the screen. Have you tried the Greatsword in this game? No. Oh. I could try another weapon. There's literally nothing stopping me from doing that. Ow! Stop! Oh, right, that pillar's done for. Forgot about that. Ow! I'm stuck. Man, I love being stuck in the wall. Anything to reduce fire damage or up defense? Probably. I haven't even looked. I'm just being difficult. I very much just throw my head against the wall until it sticks. That's how I play all these games. Shock, break, and disruption. Oh, that's overheat, electric shock, decay, and corruption. This just removes the status ailment altogether. These are all throwable objects. Piercing damage. Oh, yeah. I'm very Unga Bunga, yeah. Big bonk indeed. I simply don't know how to be anything else. God, y'all are being fishing fiends. Excuse me, gang. I have to check and make sure I'm not being followed. Oh! Move. I don't really know how Electric Blitz works. If you want me to be blatantly obvious, honest. Puppets are weak to electricity, humans are weak to fire, and alchemists are weak to acid. Oh, interesting. I need more of those. Dude, does it give you... Oh, hold on. Does it give you those back whenever you die? Oh, it doesn't. How do I get more? Wait, can I buy more? Hold on. Let me go get my... Yeah, I was about to say, can I get more from the shop? Gore has to make sure he's at the top of the lead. Ow, you fucking son of a bitch. Shit. Fuck! God damn it. Alright. I think I've only fished once. Yeah, you know, fishing is fishing. Okay. There's so much on screen. There's me, there's Grim, there's my death counter, there's fishing. Ooh, what'd we get?
Welcome to...
Damn, I can't buy them from here. Ooh, tiger shark. Very nice. Fishing is fun. Oh, I have a key for that. Hermit crab. Hold on, I want to fish. It's hard for the streamer to fish. You know what I mean?
Out here alone?
Ooh, you sell these. I can only get 3? Oh, up to 3. Alright, there's another merchant somewhere. Just get a button on your Steam Deck to type fish. I could. I didn't even see what I caught. I wasn't even looking. A vape! Damn. Hey, bud.
For your information.
Oh, cool. You sell some too. I have a key of some sort to get in somewhere. I don't even vape. I can't eat that. Oh, I got Henry's shoes. Damn. You should see if you like the greatsword. Gore, I don't have a greatsword. Those are like the little poker stick swords. I do not have a greatsword. Come here, gang. You can buy a greatsword from the first merchant. Fascinating. Hi, Stitch. I do lie sometimes for fun. If I think it's funny, I'll lie. But it has to be funny or else there's no point. I feel like I'm missing, like, I have a key for something out here. But even I'm not really 100% sure what I have the key for. I put some cookies in the oven? Oh, that sounds a banger. Warm cookies. I don't know if it's a key or if it's something... I don't know, it just shows up on my map whenever I, at least I think that's what it is. Whenever I try and use the waypoints, it shows me that there's something there. But it might just be telling me that, like, there's... Oh, no, because the other one doesn't tell me that there's a merchant there. I miss those marshmallow cookies. Yeah, me too. Hold on, look, I'll show you. Maybe y'all can tell me what the fuck it means. I am not sure. Maybe it's just telling me that there's an elevator here? But, like, I know. I'm unsure. When I do the Stargazer, it has this little like sign next to this one, and I don't know what that means. So I'm unsure. Have you seen the s'more cookies going around TikTok? I have. They look good. Orange spined unicorn fish. Oh. Woo! That's cool as fuck. But yeah, you see what I mean? It's got this little thing next to it. This thing. And I don't know what that is. It means it's like NPC dialogue, so there's an NPC you can talk to. Trying to remember if there's another person here besides this guy.
For your information.
Maybe there is. I just don't recall. Oh, is it the lady again? Oh, it could be the lady again, actually. You bitch. Okay, I think I do know who it could be, actually. Oh, shit. Maybe it's the lady again. Okay, let me go talk to her and see. I thought I finished her quest, but maybe I didn't. Oh, maybe she's dead now. The speckled pussy trout? My kind of trout, baby. The plagued button clam. Come here. Come here. Okay, let's go see. Maybe that lady's dead or something. Yeah, you really do just throw words at a wall. Oh. Can I talk to her? No, she's just sitting there with her baby that I gave her. Can't talk to her anymore. There can be one more NPC in this area? I know there was this kid that was talking about how he was friends with a police officer. Oh, I killed the police officer this kid was friends with. Right, yeah, there was a kid who told me that he's friends with a police officer. Yeah, I completely forgot about that. I have to remember where he's at, though. Look! In my defense, his friend came at me. And not in a fun way. He was a piece of shit. Come on. Oh, shit. Well, damn. Boo! Friend killer! Fuck you! Fuck you! God damn it. Alright. Alright, I need to go apologize to some fucked up kid. Oh my god, you both suck. Or you could lie. I mean, I probably will lie to this kid. I'm not telling him that I fucking killed his bestie. Like, be so for real. I'm not telling this kid that I killed his bestie. Who the fuck's all my shit? I fell over here. Oh, is it up? Play. Hard top sway? Is lying bad in this game? I mean, they give you the option to do it, so I would like to say no, but it probably is. I think it depends on what you lie about. There are multiple endings to this game, so I really do think it depends on what it is that you lie about. Anyways, I gotta find this fucking kid again. Oh god. Dickhead. Anyways, where the fuck was this kid? I don't even remember. Ah.
If only we could play together like Murphy.
Okay, so I can't talk to this kid anymore. Is somebody else here I can talk to? Oh, you're coughing. I can't talk to this sick person. I hear them coughing. Unless they're in one of these further windows. Nope. I'm just gonna check every window. Hello? 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 I already talked to her. I can't talk to her anymore. I talk to you? Hello? I'm here to sell Girl Scout cookies. Anybody want Girl Scout cookies in the quarantine district? Hello? Ow, ow. Ow, ow. Ow, ow. Can I interest anybody in some cookies? I've got them mints. Hello? I hear you coughing in there. I know you're alive. You want cookies? I got lemon cookies. I got those fucking black and white bitches. I got everything you need and more. Hello, hello. Man, this is the worst neighborhood to try and sell cookies. Hello? Oh, shit, you got a gun. You fucking stop. Looks like you can get back there, but for whatever reason, I cannot. Great, I'm back in here again. I'm back in the fucking building. Hey, dickhead! You know anyone who wants cookies? Guess not. Do you know anyone who wants cookies? Guess not. There's a dude up there, but like, whatever. Who gives a fuck? You're a fucking cunt. You know that? I'm just trying to find somebody who wants fucking cookies. It really shouldn't be this hard. Can I talk to anybody in here? You got puppets outside your window. I think I know what you need to do, but I don't want to handhold and I'm too lazy to look and see if I'm right. That's so valid. Fuck you! Okay, so there's a dog. There's a man coughing in here. Ow. Is the dog from downstairs? Or is the dog in here? Oh, whoa, puppy. Oh, shit. Fuck me. Hello? Alright. We're just kind of backtracking because I don't remember talking to anybody over here. Hey. Quite literally, fuck you. I was right. What is it? Oh. Ow, fuck. What are we whispering about? Oh, right. I forgot there was a bunch of y'all in here. Ow. There's an item you must have missed to give to the sick child whose friend you murdered. Well, look. I have a whistle. I don't recall this child asking me for anything, if you want me to be completely honest. Yeah, I genuinely don't. Oh, well, the whistle was it, so I don't know. What the fuck? I have a whistle. Hold on. Kid, what the fuck? We have to talk. Maybe you need to use the whistle near him? I don't think you can use it. Kid, what the fuck? Where the hell did that kid go? He's downstairs, right? Maybe he's too sick and brokenhearted over his dead friend that you killed. Well, maybe he should fucking buck up. Come on, kid. You're better than this. Where the fuck was this kid? Is he down? I don't even remember. I don't think there was anybody down here. I think he's up somewhere. Alleyway? In the streets? Oh, okay. Oh yeah, you're so right.
If only we could Murphy.
Okay, yeah, so I have a whistle. Maybe I put it in my usable items? Nope. Amulets. Amulets. Oh. I had fucking amulets this whole time, gang. Anyways. Collectibles. Recollections. I have a small wooden officer puppet. And I have a faded whistle. Use? Oh!
Hey,
I had to use it.
That sound. Is that you, Murphy? I know that whistle.
I had to use it.
It must be Murphy. Thanks for coming by.
Gore was right.
I want to play, but I feel too
Gore
sick.
was right.
I don't think I
Oh,
can.
I need another drink. I think I'm almost out of
I
my
miss
soda.
Zach and Sophie and Eric.
Yeah, good pats for Gore.
I wish we could all play.
That guy's name was Murphy? Oh. Oh! That kid just fucking died. Want me to bring you a water? If you wouldn't mind, I would actually appreciate that. I mean, I want a Coke, but I probably need water, so... Damn. Sorry, kid. Sorry, I like watching myself do the slutty little drops. Well, that kid just died. And I just killed his last friend. In my defense, though, his last friend jumped me on sight, so... Thank you for the pets! Hi, Nico! Yeah, I didn't have to lie to him. I didn't have to say shit.
For your information.
By the way, I'm gonna buy the last two of these that you've got. Thanks, Chief. Is that a death counter? Sure is. Shall is shall enough. Oh boy. Fish. The fuck are we doing over here? Man, she moves around a lot. Ooh, what'd I get? It starts today, but it's gonna be for the entire game. I wasn't able to do it last time. I didn't have it set up. And I was too lazy to go through
I'll use my power to...
my last VOD to see how many times I died. I think I died more than twice, but I really do appreciate you saying I only died twice. Yeah, I love the music box so far. It's been great. But, you know, just in case, I'll add another 2 to the count. Just in case. I know for a fact I died at least twice, so... Will say what Gore said was right, and I only died twice. Then we'll add that to the count. I need to scooch the count over a little bit, actually. It's like, I can put it on my titties. Oh yeah. You gotta look at my tits to see the kill counts. Every time you look down to see the kill counts, you're like, I only have one track so far. I'm really not that far into the game. Ow. God, fuck me. We're just restarting. That was a bad start. That was a rough start. We're just gonna... I didn't even notice the kill counter. I just like looking at your boobies. Aww. Yiggy every time she looks at my boobs. Alright. Yeah, okay. Then I do have feel. I think that was one we listened to yesterday. Alright, we're gonna do it right this time. Hello? Oh. Alright, I already forgot. I asked you to bring me water. Stand back here. Thank you for the hydrate, Berkey. I will do so right after I finish what I'm doing right here. Oh, good. Alright. Ow. Oh, I'm using the wrong thing. Oh. Ow. Oh, I'm so dead. Oh! Ow. Oh no, I'm dead. Oh no! Please stop. I'm so fucking dead. Oh, see. Shit! Oh, those were all the ones I had! I'm out! Ugh. I'm not her. I could have done it if I hadn't gotten myself all jumbled and confused with all my buttons. I'm taking a hydrate. Hold on. Ugh. Oh. Fucking worst. Alright. I'm so frustrated because that used all of my... They're back. Okay. Okay, they're back. Alright, we're gonna try this again. I'm getting them today. I know it in my heart of hearts and soul of souls. We're doing it today, gang. Alright. Alright. Stand back here. Oh. Oh, God. This is my only shot. Oh, God. Oh, got him. Okay. Woo! Woo! Big boy fell down. Can we get much higher? So high. Oh, oh, oh. All right, easy. Easy. We got him. Oh my God. Oh. We did it, gang! Oh, it wants me to go back to Krat. Ooh, boy. Oh. And you know what? I think I deserve a fish for that. Not a clownfish! Alright, I'll fish.
I am able to wield Ergo.
What fish did I get?
They call me a listener because I can hear Ergo. I inherited
An
the power from
oyster!
my mother.
Oh my God.
I hated it. Called it the devil's power. So I kept it a secret that I could talk to puppets.
Why is she looking down?
Now you are the only one my voice reaches.
Damn.
So I beg you, please save Krat.
I mean, I guess I can.
Lose my power to
Oh yeah, I love myself a good victory fish. I imagine bro's upstairs, but I'm gonna talk to her real quick. Hey babes.
People have no idea. Thanks for keeping.
Alright, I guess I'm going upstairs to see Dad. Daddy! Why is my weapon durability down? Oh no, it's just telling me to do my weapon durability. Okay, I get it. Daddy! I did what you asked of me. You really just sitting here, Pops?
Remember, it is not surprising that some puppets broke away from the Grand Covenant. I've no idea how many. I remember a few ergo puppets behaving according to their own volition before.
I'm trying to make Daddy proud. His daddy issues the game.
Our intention. They were never designed to act that way.
Sorry, I'm taking a drink.
But if a puppet starts acting on its own, does that mean the puppet?
You're asking too much of me. Why do you want your ring over your gloves? I've got weird questions.
The city asked me any.
Yeah, this game is very much daddy issues the game. Did I not save this man? Could have sworn I did. It literally showed him here. Why the fuck? Okay. That's Oh! There he is!
Glad to see you made it back in one piece, my friend.
Sorry, I didn't realize you set up shop all the way up here.
There you are, my boy. My savior, yes.
Rings under gloves
that's the
are more
word.
uncomfortable. Interesting.
You took back the factory.
New Game
and
Plus gives more
I cannot
instant lore to
thank
the
you
game. Oh
enough.
my god.
Without the factory, no more new puppets. The army has run out of recruits.
It changes and adds
My
context and
friend,
some
you
characters with new
saved-
dialogue. Oh my
well,
god.
All of us.
That's crazy.
But listen to me going on and on about my concerns. If the name Venigni rings no
Venigni.
bells, perhaps you've heard of Krat's Prince of High Society.
No.
That is because they are one and the same. While I sincerely
All
believe
right, I'm
meeting
reading
Venigni
faster.
is its own reward, it's a grinder stone that keeps granting special attributes to the grind.
Grinder modifications tool. You can equip a special grindstone on a grinder through Venigni or Stargazer. There are different types of special grindstones that grant different effects. You can use a special grindstone's effect in battle only once, but it recharges if you revive or visit a Stargazer. Oh, that's cool.
Then my eyes do not deceive me. I just designed it, set it aside, and you are really interested in the arm, I see. Then, my friend, you shall.
Alright,
I will
an
also
arm?
add what we brilliant inventors call modularity. I always welcome. I always welcome.
Oh, flame grindstone. Cool. Fascinating. Okay.
Of course, you're curious. Pulcinella has been
Pulcinella.
restored thanks to you.
He's very Italian.
A small way. Mostly it was me, but you know, genius never rests. Except for beauty rest. Pulcinella isn't just my butler. He's my family.
That guy over there?
The only one I have left, really.
That old man?
I won't
Why do my
forget
lips
what
taste
you've
like
done for us.
soap?
If you ever need
Sorry.
anything or find yourself in a spot
Hey,
of
sleep token
trouble,
vinyl!
on your friend Venigni.
I got
I always
swagger.
welcome. No one, not even I, know what started the puppet frenzy.
They need to come faster?
Why,
That's so
that
fair.
day of all
I think my wedding
days,
ring comes in tomorrow.
It was horrible.
My custom ring.
Violent rampage of murder
And then Gore's gonna
mayhem
take
that
it from me
is
so he can
seared
actually
into
propose.
my memory for all time.
It's gonna come in the mail, I'm gonna get to look at it, and then he's gonna take it so he can propose.
I made sure of it.
Oh boy.
Designed a few special parts to ensure they'd remain loyal. Puppet armies do not arise by chance.
Bye, Nico! Thanks for coming. Be safe in the weather, okay?
I don't want to leap to conclusions, but the only one I know with that kind of power is the king of puppets
Live stream the
himself.
wedding? Probably not. I don't think my whole family wants to be on camera. Also, our daughter's probably gonna be our flower girl, and I don't post her face on, I don't post her face on social media, so... Hold on, I want to test that grindstone thing in just a second.
I know my way around a weapon.
Okay, you're good. Hello?
Buongiorno. And welcome to the House of Vanini. I am Master Vanini's Major Domo, Pulcinella, at your service, sir.
This song's really good.
The House of Vanini carries only the finest in luxury
Yeah, it's really good.
merchandise. I believe you'll find I am certain you will be able to. The House of Vanini, even priceless things have a price.
Oh. Oh! Electric Blitz grindstone. Oh, that's kind of nice. Oh. Good to know. You can now craft a Legion arm with the Legion plug. Use the Vanini craft machine at the hotel. Is that what this is? Ooh. Mmm. Fire attack. Fires armor-piercing shells from a distance. They explode after they land. A Legion arm that can block enemy attacks with your left arm. When it receives a blow, it explodes and deals damage. Ooh. Fires sticky acid. Corrodes enemies that step into the pool of acid it creates. Can install a motion-sensing landmine. Oh. Nice. Oh. Fascinating. Hold on. So... Fascinating. That's kind of sick, actually. That's kind of sick, actually. Alright, that's cool. I dig that. Alright, let's see. Ah, and then you can switch the grindstones here. Let's go back here real quick. Oh wait, we don't have to. Vanini's not there anymore. Duh. My dumbass. I forgot Vanini's not there. Duh. Okay. I do appreciate that they keep on the screen all the stuff, like all the combo buttons, because my dumbass is really bad at remembering those kinds of things, and having them on the screen is really helpful. Okay, so I came in from that way, I leave from this way. Got it. Why do I keep getting shellfish? Y'all keep getting like sharks and shit. Me, I get shellfish. Alright, so there's a way to go down. You know, that did exactly what I thought it was going to do, and yet, still. What in the hell? There are some people in the elevator. Up there. Maybe I should have gone to go talk to them, but I feel like they just would have jumped me. So maybe it's for the best that I didn't. Oh. Hi. Haha, dummy. Okay, maybe I'm the dummy. I, thought I was better than that. Turns out, I am not. Yeah, I feel like those people, like those humans that I saw, probably would have jumped me. So far, all of the humans that I've seen do not seem to care for me much. Not that I can blame them necessarily, but still, it's a little hurtful. Now, alright, there we go. I just wanted to see what the fuck was in here. Y'all are being very rude. Ooh, big pipe. Interesting weapon choice for this game. The big pipe. I don't mean it in like a bad way. It genuinely is just a very interesting weapon choice. Like, I'm not even trying to be mean. It's a strange weapon. Alright. You gonna get up? Oh! Nope, but you are gonna come out of fucking nowhere. Jesus. Yes! Fuck yes! I got the item I needed. All it took was me getting stabbed a little. Uh-oh. Hi, big boy. Oh! Ow. This guy kinda sucks. Getting stabbed? Oh well, yeah, pretty much. Uh-oh. Ow! Dickhead. Shit! Fuck. God damn it. Fucking hated that.
These bodies. Could they be from Moonlight Town?
Maybe.
Whoa, did puppets do this?
Probably. Buddy, what have we learned? Instead of asking, did puppets do this? The answer is always yes. Anyways, we gotta go back. Oops, I pushed the wrong button. There we go. Ba-na-dun-dun-dun-dun. All right. Hey, Queen.
I know my way around.
Fuck yes. Thank you.
I'll use my power.
All right. Wait, does this just take me right back to the... Oh my fucking god. Oh my fucking god.
Oh.
sucks. Alright. I love Jiminy being like, did the puppets do this? Like, babe, who else? Oop. Oop. Ow. How did I miss that bad? Fucking whole ass town tried to jump me right then and there. Kinda gay. And like not in a good way. Oh! I can't even walk in like fire without getting a little bit of overheat. I see. My people! Ow! Oh. Well. Oh, hi. I just fell in a hole and you're fucking fishing right now? Oh. Butterfly somewhere. Another one. All right. That's up in that corner. Oh, okay. I know how to get that. It's always fish o'clock. Yeah, especially when I'm getting violated. It's the perfect time for fish o'clock, ain't it? The Moonlight Town is the lowest place in the city, where pilgrims prepare for their journeys. Since Saint Frangelico met the one-winged angel and founded the church, Moonlight Town has become known as the place where pilgrims are lifted to the cathedral by pulley and prepare for their pilgrimages. Andrea's reputation was at its peak when he was appointed as a priest. At that time, Krat was only a poor country town, but Andreas didn't mind and devoted himself to taking care of the people. They were even saying that Saint Frangelico himself had returned. Moonlight Town actively helped the priest's good deeds and always acted together as colleagues who deliver the word of God. This decision to accept the alchemist from outside and revive Krat was made in Moonlight Town. After all, it was the birthplace of the Krat we know today. Today we have cable railways instead of pulleys and the city of the future instead of a country village, but our virtues remain unchanged. Just like how the angel wrapped Saint Frangelico in its wings when he fell in the cold, people should help each other. The place lower than any other, Moonlight Town, is proof that that virtue is still here. Yeah, what the fuck? One-winged Angel Sephiroth coming for me? I mean, maybe coming for me? You know what I mean. Damn puppets! Yeah. That just sums up this whole fucking game, I think. What? See what I mean? See what I mean? These damn puppets indeed. Okay, any more graves? Got anything special on them? No? Alright, I guess we're going up some more. See, it seems quiet. Which in this game is suspicious. Oh shit, you both throw stuff? I'm fucked. Ow! Not there being multiple bitches in here. Oh god. Can we chill the fuck out? Oh, and that's how I die. Cool. I just wanted that treasure chest. These goddamn puppets. I hate them. I will say, I do appreciate the shortcut, so I don't have to get jumped in that fucking village again. I can just get jumped in this village instead. Back to getting oh, my shit's all the way over there. Oh wait, no. Okay. That's oh. Hi, dickhead. Ow. Problem solved. Sometimes this game just likes to jump you with the most amount of bitches all at once. It's a bit unnecessary. If you want my honest opinion. Ah. Corrosion resistance. Okay. There a fucking lever in here somewhere? Am I just trapped in here now? Oh, there's the lever. Alright. I bet. Oh, I'm definitely about to get jumped here. Don't ask me why, but I feel it in my heart of hearts. This feels weird. Hello?
Do you want to go up, child? I'm sorry, but the train isn't in service anymore.
Is it not?
The cathedral isn't the sanctuary it once was. The people who went up there never returned.
Really?
I still don't know what happened. But I do know this. The cathedral is off limits. Forever. If you're determined to pass, you must prove your identity.
Okay.
Who are you?
Who am I?
Are you a stalker?
No.
You've been warned, child. I am a sinner who could not save the ones I loved.
Okay.
If I let you go up there, that will only compound my sin.
That's fair.
Even if it hurts, persevere, my child. Having only one leg and one arm should curb your curiosity.
What? Ah! Don't!
Child, Only the worthy may pass.
Ma'am?
You'll soon find out. Falling down here is better than devouring terror above.
Ugh.
Cherish your life. I do not wish to witness more death.
Oh god.
Cherish your life. I do not wish to witness more death.
Got her ass.
The cursed angel's wing.
Oh god, I'm so covered in blood. Anyways. Should I have gone to go talk to those dudes on the elevator? I just feel like they would have jumped me. But maybe I should have gone to talk to them just to say I did.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard the Pilgrim's Cable Railway. Now, those of you who joined us in Moonlight Town,
the monsters
we
are harder
hope
for
your
me than the
preparations
humans
for
are.
The Pilgrim's journey are well underway. Fascinating town, Moonlight, just fascinating.
Ooh,
Back in the day, the
butterfly
only
fish.
way to reach the cathedral was using a rope and pulley. So, thanks for building it on a cliff, Saint Frangelico.
Frangelico.
I kid. Frangelica, wonderful saint, wonderful. Anyway, next stop, the Bridge of Atonement. While you atone there, don't miss a magnificent view of the beautiful Krot. It's been my pleasure, friends, and enjoy the
Thanks,
rest
Jiminy.
of your journey. I've been your captain on this ride, Jiminy!
Thanks, Jiminy.
Well, not bad, huh? Oh, I really am good at this. When in doubt, let Jiminy be your guide. You look annoyed.
I'm not annoyed.
What'd I do?
I enjoyed it. Thank you.
I'm sure it's fine. Let's get a move on, pal.
No, I enjoyed.
Something's off. Do you see that over there? I recognize dead puppets. That's to be expected, but what is that?
Dead humans? I don't know. Hold on. I'm gonna go back real quick. To Krot. I'm gonna go check out those dudes on the elevator because I feel like I'm missing something. I'm probably not, but I feel like by not talking to them I am missing something. So.
I'll use my power.
I need more stamina, so. I think the culvert's the best place to go for this. There's also a chest down there with that big ass bitch, but I don't really want to fight him. I just want the item. So... Though I'm sure he's one of those, like, once he's dead kind of creatures. Ooh, right. Good luck. Man, I love slow ass creatures and a big ass fireball. The fireball really does help me feel secure down here, I think. I think the fireball definitely adds to how safe I feel down here. Anyways. Yeah, because there's this big dude down here. Oh! They're not at that elevator anymore. What the fuck? They're not over there anymore. Guess I missed my opportunity to grab them. Alright. Yeah, I guess I missed my opportunity to talk to him. Whoa, fuck. Yeah, there were some people down here earlier. Kind of hanging out up here. Wonder what they were over here for. Ow. I did not really explore around down here before I made it to where I needed to be. I probably should have explored more down here than I ended up doing. But, you know. Oh, that's the ladder for in here. Fascinating. Fuck. Question of the day. Did this factory worker ever think he would be destroyed like a puppet? Ooh. 3 create 1. You open the door, be one with the great ones. Okay. I mean, that's cool. Not really 100% sure what it means. Oh! Oh! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Ugh. Ugh. I absolutely hated that. That was the worst. Thank you. How about we never do that again? Item down there. There's also bitches down here. 3 of them? Okay. Oh. Fucking hate these guys, man. Don't you love when you think you blocked and you didn't? Ow. Ugh. I got him. He just sucks. With the block, you need to hold the button down. Its timing is like between Dark Souls and Sekiro. See, I've never played Sekiro, and I've never beaten Dark Souls. So... I don't even think I made it past, like, the first boss in Dark Souls. I think I made it past the first boss, and then that was pretty much it. The fuck did that do? The hell? Oh. Oh! Oh, it drained all the poison. Could I hypothetically outrun this guy? I didn't get a chance to read that. Fuck. Hello?
All puppets must die. Oh, it's the only way to be sure.
Yeah? That's cool. You good?
All puppets must die. Every single one.
Yeah, I'm working on that.
I hear the sound of springs inside you.
No.
You're a puppet too.
No.
You can't fool me.
No.
All puppets must die.
Oh, you got a stick ass.
Kill the puppets.
Okay. What if I said no? Ow.
What's oil?
Ow. Ow.
I can't tell what's blood and what's oil.
Ow. How did that miss?
I wish I hadn't run away.
Do you? Oh my god. Oh my god.
Hell of its own.
This guy's gonna fucking kill me. And I don't even remember how to get out here.
How many, Leo?
We are dog. Yeah, not this guy fucking killing me because I had no health. That's fine. I gotta remember how to get back there, but it's whatever. Alright. You can just go up. His mask is the one you wore most of the game. I mean, it's cute. He's got a little rat mask. Alright. I gotta go get my shit back real quick. I gotta get back in the fucking pipes. Ow! Anyways, enjoy that. Alright, come on, gang. Ow. Ow, I thought you died. What the fuck is happening? Fucking great. Ow.
I wish I hadn't run away.
Ow, I can't fucking see. Oh, God. Fighting down here is the worst.
Blood and what's oil?
Ow. Merlin, not now, bud. Sorry, my dog is trying to get my attention as if now I'm stuck.
I can't tell what's blood and what's
Okay.
oil.
So if you try and use... If you try and use your, You get stuck in a fucking cycle. I'm really glad Gore's fishing right now. That distraction totally isn't gonna fuck me.
I can't tell what's blood and what's oil.
Okay, got him. Jesus. Not everybody fishing after I fucking got onto Gore from fishing and sidetracking me. Oh, that's what that door is for. Okay. Oh my god, y'all are the worst. Y'all are the worst. I got him. I fucking didn't explore around here at all. I kind of just took everything as it came. That's crazy. Yeah, I think I do just have this guy left. I feel like he's gonna be a pain in my ass, though. You know what I mean? Yeah, I was gonna go rest before I did all that. Big ass bitch. Oh hey, Deathball's back. Sure is, baby. We love Deathball. Personally, my favorite game to play. If you had gotten the Jester for the Rat Mask Man, you could have gotten through the dog-faced hunter without killing her. See, I figured that was gonna be the case, but I still fucked it. So, you know. When you try your best and you don't succeed, or whatever the fuck they say. Hold on, I'm gonna go level up real quick before I lose my shit. Like a dumbass. Why do my lips taste like soap, man? Fucking weird.
I'll use my power I'll use my power.
My lips taste like soap. Stop using soap as lip balm. I promise I'm not. I don't know why they taste like soap. My eyes are itchy though. I've got the itchy eyeballs. Now lying. Rowbill, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Dog Pound. I hope you're having a fantastic day. That number on my titties is my current death counter. I don't quite remember the best way to get to that. Did I even go this way? I sure didn't. There's like items and everything. Gross. Whatever. I'll go back. Fucking hate that. Ugh. There's a lot going on over there, and a lot of it's toxic, so, you know. Forgive me for not being interested. There it is. Alright, you coming back around this way? I didn't get into the cleaning products. I was a good dog. I'm a good girl. I didn't do it. This guy sucks. Why in the hell is he so big? Oh, great. Luckily, he's slow as balls. He's gonna smack me off this fucking ladder, ain't he? Alright. I guess I'll go check out the poison pool. I'm not happy about it, though. Just let it be known. Come on. Come on, we both know you want to spit at me some more. Come on, loogie bitch. Tiny loogie nightmare. Jesus. Big guy all the way down there. Pipe up there. Doors up there. Got a big boy with a tire. 3 more loogie spitting bitches. Come on, gang. Follow me, everyone. Good job, ladies. No, come back. Come back, girls. Aww. God, someone's excited to fish. Come on back, everyone. Spit. Gotta type big for big fit. I don't know if that's how that works. You coming? Come on, ladies. Come on. Oh, I know you want to. Come on. Bike, apparently. Yeah, you type big, you get big bike. Big boy. There we go. Mingini's urgent repair tool. Run through here real quick. Alright. Ooh, there's a butterfly. Where the fuck? Don't fuck with me! Hey, what's up? God, I on my side. Hi! Hello, Raiders! I'm so sorry! I'm trying to give you my attention! However, there's a butterfly! That's gonna go away if I don't get it! I am risking poisoning for this. Oh, and it didn't even have anything that I wanted. Hi, Mystia! How are you? Oh my fucking god, fuck y'all! Go to hell! Jesus! Hi, Mystia! How was Omori? I hope you had a good stream. How was Omori? I've never played Omori. I think I have it, though. I've heard it was sad. It was a lot of fun. Oh, that's good. My voice died from reading. Oh, is it a novel? Is it a light novel? I don't think I realized that. Alright, we got some pretty decent shit. That's not bad. Oh yeah, everybody's fishing. I'm playing my own game. Everybody else is just fishing, I think. RPG. Oh, okay, okay. Yeah, everybody else is just kind of fishing. It's like our RPG Maker horror game. Oh, interesting. I'll have to check it out. Nice salmon, Noella. There's just a lot of dialogue. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Oh, I wanted to greet you guys. Usually when people raid, I like to give y'all a nice little startle. I like to check your startle reflex. You did catch that salmon yourself. Kidding. What the fuck? Sorry. Peach, I think you dropped your pipes? No! Shit. Oh. Oh god, my pipes.
No idea what those things are, pal.
Oh.
Approach with caution.
Fuck, my pipes. Shit, my... Ah! My fucking pipes! Ah! Oh. Gross. I be laying pipe. Every day, every night, you know this peach be laying pipe. I love being a little menace. Anyways. As you guys can see, I've got my death counter on my boobies.
Oh, these? My boobies? My massive fucking titties? My super stuffed up milkies? My hunger bonger doinky boinkies? My fucking fabric stretching, wind flapping, gravity welling sex mounds? You mean these super duper ultra hyper goddamn motherfucking...
So, in case you were curious. About what's going on. That's it. Thank you so much for the raid, Mistia, and I hope you have a good time lurking. Eat if you need to. I'm probably gonna have to grab myself some food for a little bit too. But if you need to eat, feel free to go eat. Everybody else who came in with the raid, thank you for dropping by. If you need to eat, go eat. If you need some liquids, go liquid. I added the whole audio. Yeah, I wasn't gonna fucking pussyfoot. You for real? Do I look like the type of bitch that pussyfoots? I don't have pussy for feet. Hell yeah, it's the whole audio. Those are my titties. That's gonna get out. But I'll let it. Man, this game sure does love. To make shit that likes to give out on me. Come get me, gang. Ow. Oh my goodness. Look, zombies. Yeah, yeah. I know you guys were like real into your fishing, but yeah, there are zombies all of a sudden. I'm sure they don't compare to your fish, however, so I can't necessarily blame y'all for not noticing. The architecture in this world needs some work. Yeah, because why the fuck is everything falling to pieces within seconds? This is the worst. How long has it been since the fucking puppets took over? Hold on. Merlin wants out. Give me 1 second. Alright. Problem solved. Pretty sure it's the disease. Well, I mean, okay, so there's a disease that's going on, for sure. But then there's also the puppets took over and like killed a bunch of the humans. I'm not sure which one happened first, however. Or if they were both happening at the same time. Hi, Kula! How are you? What the fuck is up? Something about Angels of God. Yeah, chat's just fishing. Chat's ignoring me. I'm not even the streamer at this point.
What is happening? What's their problem? Wait, their bodies are strangely altered. I don't know what's going on, but keep those eyes of yours open.
Yeah, I'm not even really streaming at this point. I am now just like... I'm not even really streaming. I'm just playing a game while chat fishes. Is what's happening. So, Peach is but a conduit for our fish. Yeah, pretty much. I am covered in blue blood. It's like Danganronpa, but a different color. God, I pray with all my heart, please withdraw your wrath from Krat. Please save us as well. If the judgment is unavoidable because of our corruption, please at least spare my child. This baby has done no wrong. Please let my Charlotte enter heaven. Damn. 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 Is that the lady I talked to the other day? Or yesterday? Who was like, please bring me my child. They separated me from my child. And I was like, I will do that, but I don't think I should because I don't think a diseased person should be putting their hands on a newborn and then turns out, oh, her baby's dead. So I gave her a puppet instead. What the fuck? Side entrance? Peach is the sacred bringer of fish. It seems like it. That's all I'm for. Oh, hi. I have a feeling I'm gonna have to fight you, so we're just gonna go ahead and, hello?
Mercy, I beg you, don't kill me.
I'm not.
I thought you were from the organization. Never mind.
You look like...
My name is Janjo.
Jesus,
I'm
Janjo.
A pharmacist.
Alchemist?
Yes, pharmacist.
Okay.
I'm looking for the legendary gold coin fruit. I was able to use medicine to slow the infection spread.
Oh.
I have the petrification disease, and I need a cure.
I see.
Sorry, I ramble when I'm nervous.
Me too.
Read this. It'll explain things faster than I can.
Okay. The King's Knight found the shining tree on a rocky mountain. Tree's fruit resembles gold coins. This fruit's a miraculous being. Called himself the Holy Knight. Miracles always have a price. Okay. Okay. I think bro needs to be pegged. Gore, just because you want to peg this man doesn't mean that, like, he needs to be pegged. Fucking freak.
Many substances can be poisonous. The precise dose is
Fucking
what
freak.
separates medicine from poison. The gold coin fruit might just be a myth.
We don't need to peg this man!
An epidemic, it might be our salvation. Can you let me know if you find it?
A recovery wish stone. Cubes consumes wish stones. Oh, okay.
The people of ancient Crow, they claimed special powers. I don't know how it works. If you can help me with the gold.
Okay. Hey, good news, chat. Don't have to kill this guy. He is fine.
I'm heading to the St. Frangelico Cathedral. You can find me there if you need me.
Sounds good. All right, good news. Don't have to kill this alchemist. He gives me things. Unless we don't like the alchemist, in which case, bad news, chat. I just let one live. Not really sure how we feel about these guys now that I'm thinking about it. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. Oh, this is a boss room. I thought you got Min pregnant. I do, but not that man. That man just looks sad. I feel like if I got that man pregnant, I'd be taking advantage of him. The hell? Hi, gang. Can I help you, or...? Alright, we're gonna take them one at a time. I think it's the... or two at a time. I can do two at a time. The fuck happened here? I am covered in blue. Come at me, bud. I didn't realize your impreg had morals. Look! Sometimes I just don't want to fuck Min that looks sad. I got enough sadness in my life. I don't need sad Min, too. You catch my drift? Anyways, what the fuck are you? Oh god. Hated that. Jesus. Not really 100% sure what happened here, but nothing good came of it. I only wish to impregnate happy, stable men. No, I like drunk men too. I like drunk men, but like that man just was sad. You know what I mean? Like there's a difference between a depressed man and a man that's just sad. You can give me a drunk, depressed man. I'll knock him up immediately. But like just a sad man, like, you're bumming me out, dude. You're gonna have to find somewhere else to go. Is Gore stable, happy, and drunk? Gore doesn't drink. No. I expect him to consent before he drinks. I don't trust this at all, but sure, there's just a bunch of blood on the floor. This is fine, I'm sure. I'm sure there's no problems with this. I'm sure all this blood on the floor is completely fine. He'd probably just cry the whole time, and that's a boner killer. Exactly! See, you get my point. What the fuck? I didn't like what that noise was. What was that noise? I didn't like it. Was it the statue that made that noise? What the fuck's going on? What the fuck? Ugh. Look, do I want to fuck a man so hard that he cries? Yes. Do I want him to just be crying just cuz? No. Why did you abandon us? The cathedral scares me. I want to go home. Every night there's a monster crying in the basement. Even if I sing hymns, I can hear it in my ears. It'd be better if the Archbishop was with us, but he's busy praying. Oh, you mean that thing? Where did it go? There was a monster there. And now it's fucking gone. Why did it do that? I didn't like that at all. I'm just trying to talk about the way I want to fuck a man. And yet, here I am, losing sight of a villain. Oh my god. The one-winged angel. Is that what the fuck that was? It looked like his name was Bimothy. Fuck is going on down here? Oh, great. Oh yeah, this is great. Fucking calling this a church is being nice. What the fuck is whispering to me? Anyways, I believe in church fucking. Do you not? Oh, and I'm dead. Hey, do you know that would kill you? I don't know why I didn't think it would. Nice koi. Well. Just gonna go ahead and add that to the kill count. That is fucking stupid. Hey! Nice to see you. Sorry, we weren't talking about fucking you in the ass. I promise. I mean, I wasn't. Fucking, I can't say anything for chat. Chat is an unseemly monster that I cannot control. Anyways, Bimothy. Whee! Just gonna grab my souls real quick. That's no good. Can't go in there at all. Good to know. Alright. Well, up we go. I hate to admit it, gang. We gotta find another way. Oh. Why did my staff separate? Okay. Sorry, wasn't expecting there to be a fucking... There was a wall there. It wouldn't let me do it. I hit the ground so hard, my fucking weapon clanged. Yeah, is my fucking shit there? Okay, good. Okay. I don't know why I couldn't make that jump, but for some reason, I could not. We'll figure this out tomorrow, I think. It's almost 10 p.m. Yeah. So I need to rest. I'm gonna hang out with the organ, though. The organ's kind of sick. Imagine you just permanently lost it. I would have cried. Actually... would have fucking cried. If you want me to be so for real with you right now. I think that would have been one last fish. All right, go ahead. Do your last minute fishing while I tell you all goodbye and we find someone to raid. God, y'all aren't even here for me anymore. Y'all just want the fucking fish. That's all you want. I'm just here as a conduit for you to fish with. Some bullshit, actually. Using me for fish. Whatever. What the fuck ever. Fucking ridiculous. Using me for fish. Anyways, we're gonna go raid my friend Coda. I haven't seen Coda in a long time, so we're gonna go raid Coda. Let me put my fucking jacket back on. It's cold in this bitch. Thank you guys for coming. Thank you for coming. I had such a good time. And I'll be back tomorrow with more. We're gonna play more. I'm having a really good time, actually, so we're definitely gonna play more. Copy that message here. I'll repost it in chat. Copy this message. Have it ready for the raid. And then I will see you guys tomorrow, okay? I'll let that last fish go in. Alright, what's the last fish of the day? It better be good. It better be a good fucking fish. It's a watch. Alright. Pope Snooze. Ban that guy. Ban Pope. Getting a watch right before the end of stream. Shaking my fucking head. Anyways, I'll see y'all tomorrow, okay, everybody? Bye.